I think they are very comparable, in terms of work. The slight difference would be cheerleaders are there at majority of, every basketball game and football game for sure. Dance might not perform at every one. But in terms of being multi-season sports, that is a big deal. The other thing that would be good to have for dance is just would be a stipend assistant to make it comparable with cheer. At that point, I know that, I think first step though would be to attempt to increase the head dance coach, first and foremost, and then be able to discuss from there. They've, an assistant coach for the dance program.
And is there currently an assistant now?
So we did hire a new head coach, and we do have an individual who's gonna be, a volunteer assistant at this time for the year to help out.
So we would propose to have I know the funding is the hang up this year, but we would propose to have the same stipend for the cheer or for the dance as this year.
And I think that's pretty close to what we were planning on proposing as well. I know when Andy and I talked, we were between 9 and 10%, I think is what we had proposed on that.
For the head dance
position.
coach, because there is a slight,
Difference.
yes, it's not much of a slight difference, right? But dance doesn't necessarily have to come perform at every basketball game, right? Where there's sort of this expectation that the cheerleaders are there, for every game. So that, in the grand scheme of things, that would sort of be the slight difference, even though they're both multi-sport seasons.
So is the dance then less as far as performance than is cheer?
I think you had thought maybe the overall time commitment was
The
slightly-
overall time commitment would slightly be less for dance, not necessarily practice time during the course of the week, but if dance would choose not to go to, not perform at 4 or 5 basketball games in the winter, which is fine, right? Now all of a sudden that's where that difference takes place. Because the expectation is that, at a game, a cheerleading coach or both coaches are there, depending what the game is, to watch and make sure that's their responsibility. Just like if dance performs, dance coaches are there and they get there early and they get ready to go, et cetera. But that would be the slight difference. Like if dance decides not to perform at a game, that's okay. And I think that's where we came, the idea of 9%. We're pushing it up there, it's close, but knowing that there is a slight difference.
So would the district be willing to go 9?
I'm okay with that. Are you guys in agreement? I do think we need to hold off right now on providing an assistant to that program. Just given where we're at, I think it's a good idea to consider in the future. I think it's warranted, but knowing where we're at and knowing the meeting that we have coming tonight, adding staffing to athletics right now is probably not in our best interest. But I do think that we had that on our list. I do think that stipend should be addressed and made right with the other one.
Was that stipend calculated in with the numbers that will be presented tonight, or no?
No, but we're talking, minimal.
It was probably made up because we overestimated a little anyways.
Okay.
It's probably from like, tell me if I'm off, 1,600-ish to maybe an increase of, well, for doubling, close to 3.
Oh, hold on a second. Yeah, it'd be an increase of, if you go to 9%, it'd be an increase of 1,500. To go from 17 to 32.
Minimal, in the grand scheme of things.
Right.
I got a text teacher said we can't see or hear the meeting via the link.
What?
they can't see or hear the meeting.
Tell them to try again, they did have to restart. So I have her back.
Tell them to go out and
Yeah.
back in because we had to send a new link. There's 12 people on now, watching, listening.
So we all agree to go 9% for the Onset whole loan assistant.
And then we have also heard from golf. Are you aware of golf, Andy? Any issues?
Yeah, I mean, I have whatever my little list is of things to
Can
discuss.
you elaborate on golf for us?
Yeah, I think the interesting thing with golf, and I've had discussions with golf and a couple other programs regarding adding a stipend position, especially as we transition in the next couple of years to 5A. The one thing with golf that is interesting and we're having an extra stipend assistant would help is the amount of time that our golf coaches are not in school during the spring. Because golf tournaments tend to be, if you go to a golf tournament, it's in Buell, it's an all-day deal, even the ones here, you leave campus at 8, you don't get back until 5:30. Or the other side of it is games or golf, yes, our golf tournaments will start at 3 if it's a conference one. Well, same thing, if you're a teacher, right, you're missing a period or this year a couple periods just to make sure you get there and get going. So having an extra stipend coach, and we have, an individual in the district right now who's been a volunteer coach the last couple of years. But it just gives you that benefit of, hey, Coach A is going to take him to the tournament this time and Coach B will get there after school, but then maybe the next tournament you flip it. So now it's an out of classroom time is where we're trying to diminish that a little bit. And golf's one of those tricky sports with that. It always has been, it always will be. So that is one of the necessaries with that. And especially as we transition, you end up having, even though it's a golf team, we have a head coach for both boys and girls. Well, boys and girls never actually golf at the same time, right? Unless it's district. It's always girls league matches or boy, they're separated out. So now all of a sudden you're figuring out how we're going to get ourselves to those different tournaments when they could be a boys only tournament and a girls only tournament. Or a JV tournament here or a JV tournament there. So the biggest argument for it would be helping our teachers, especially Mr. Dean at the high school, not always missing. And this year, 6th and 7th period, the last few years, it's a 7th period deal where, now you're scrambling on how you're just going to find someone to take or cover one class period, right?
So
Which can be challenging.
we have a head coach and an assistant coach already for golf, or just a head coach?
We have 2.
And they're both employees at the district?
They both were. Mr. Dean still is. The assistant coach now teaches at Elevate, lives in the community.
Okay. So I guess I'm just having a hard time if our assistant coach doesn't teach, but still works. So you want to add a third person?
Yeah, golf and a couple other programs that we have, it would potentially be in our best interest as we move along, especially as we go to 5A, to add another stipend position just to help out.
My biggest concern right now is that right now, 100% of the fees of athletics are on the families. And I am already struggling with what that cost is, as I'm sure a lot of other people. And so I understand that we're moving to 5A, but I also don't think that we can justify it this time. Like, I think we can put notes that we've had that discussion and we'll definitely revisit it, because I do agree that as we move and grow, that those are conversations we need to have. But I can't feel comfortable considering that at this time for me personally.
I would agree.
And so when you have to have somebody cover, though, that would enter into the coverage that we are having for the high school. And after so many coverages equals a personal day, correct?
Right.
So it actually does, or will cost. the district.
Yeah, and right now, the good thing with Mr. Dean is his prep is 7th. I think it'll stay the same, but this year it's gonna look, it'll just look different, right? Because 7th period now is 2:45.
But how many of those tournaments are on Fridays?
Oh, very few.
So they're during the week?
They're Monday through Thursday usually because golf courses want their courses available on Friday, Saturday, and Sundays for the weekend crowds to come play,
So it's during the week.
so they can generate money.
I think financially though, it's still easier for the district to do comp time than it would be for cash for a third person. Is that,
Do you have a guess on like how much time that individual is out of the classroom?
No, I mean, I'd have to go back and look. I do know that it's always been a concern since I've been here and from the coaches, right? Not from, but the coaches just being, I mean, they get it. I mean, it's part of the deal, but even them being concerned with and trying to figure out, oh, who's going to this tournament? I'm not even gonna go. I'm just gonna stay in my classroom today, right? And then I'll just call, or if it's close, I'll drive out after school. In golf, you can sort of get away with that a little bit, but it's also nice just to be able to have one other individual, but I am fully aware and understand of making a note of this, as we progress.
And when they have an early departure, how early?
It just depends. If it is a SIC meet and it starts at 3, they're leaving because you gotta get there at least an hour ahead of time for kids to warm up. So now if you're riding at a golf course at 2, it just depends on where it is. Sometimes you're leaving at 1, sometimes you're leaving at 1:30. So now it's, golf tends to, and if it's one of the golf tournaments that all these teams go to out of the valley and they're in different areas, and if that golf tournament starts at 10 or 11 in the morning, then you're leaving at 8 or 8:30. But golf tends to be the toughest sport when it comes to that.
Yeah, that's, if they just refresh and then they'll go up and save the new link.
Yeah, she's saying she tried that, but you haven't.
No, I know. Mine's fine.
Okay.
is it still not?
Michelle
She
says
said
it is.
no.
Michelle's online and she says it is.
Yeah, Lisa and Charlie are both listening.
Oh,
She just needs to refresh and it'll show her the new link.
Yeah, refresh the website.
Yeah.
Not the YouTube. Andy, how many kids play ball?
I think we had 23 on the roster last spring. So with golf, you have varsity golf, you have 5 that participate in every tournament. And that's how you keep score. And the rest would participate in JV or,
As far as coaching, is there a need for another full-time assistant coach or just to help cover in those? To make sure you have 2 at every,
well, there's that combination. I think eventually it is going to be
I
needed.
mean,
I mean, based on current climate,
I'd say based, maybe possibly the current, if we grow.
without.
Right now, we couldn't justify another assistant coach.
Oh, no, I think there are other pressing needs with that, but the idea of putting it down and understanding this is something we need to look at moving forward along within a couple other sports, just based on our trajectory, I think is extremely important.
Okay,
I mean, it just,
Yeah.
that's
right.
where we're at, yeah.
And there were some other, additional concerns that we talked about, that if you could bring those up as well.
I'm gonna say all this understanding the climate we're in right now. All right, so please make note of that. One thing I think we really need to look at is this, as you look at the stipend amount on page 11, the fact that some of our middle school head coaches, the percentage of what they are making is comparable to what our high school assistant coaches are making. I don't think you need to change the middle school numbers. I do believe at some point, both the high school head percentage amount, the high school assistant percentage amount, both need to increase, but let's take a look at the high school assistant right now. Give or take, a middle school season is gonna be in an 8-week window. Okay, I mean, just girls' basketball would be end of October through December,
Like November.
somewhere in there, all right? So let's say it's an 8-week season. Well, that head coach makes 6%. So our high school assistant girls coach, that's my comparison right now, they also make 6%, but their season goes from the end of October all the way till the end of February. And I understand that's what we're paying. So I understand that, but they're also doing open gyms in September and October, and then they're also doing stuff all spring. And then, we're doing stuff every Tuesday, Thursday throughout the course of the summer. And I get it that that's the extra stuff that coaches do. But in terms of even the season, our season is 2 months longer. So the amount of work that they are putting in, I mean, the grand scheme of things, it's, well, I'll just go be the 8th grade coach and work for 8 weeks and make the same as what someone's doing working 16 weeks. So I think that is, I don't think it's fair. I think the high school assistants, with the amount of time and energy they put into coaching, not taking away from the middle school, because I've coached the 8th grade boys before, but it's just a shortened season for the same amount. And they're working that much more. And if you really want to get into it and take a look at the high school assistant, well, one of those high school assistants is the head freshman coach. One of those high school assistants is the head JV coach. And they're running those programs just like the head 8th grade coaches and the head 7th grade coaches. Now they don't have the full deal like a high school head coach would, right? They're the ones responsible for the entire program, but we are designating individuals to be head coaches within that program of specific teams. So as you look at that across the board, just the amount of hours and work that is put into it, I think it is something we need to address. The other thing I think we definitely need to address is just the amount of what our head coaches make, especially in comparison to other SIC schools. We're one of the lowest in terms of paying our coaches, as is already across the schools that we compete against.
Can you tell me how they're funding their coaches? Like, is it off ticket sales? Is it off of, how are
Other
these,
schools?
how are these big schools affording to be able to pay their coaches?
Well, it just depends. I mean, I know Caldwell, Napa doesn't do it anymore. Valley View, they're all getting paid through the school district, like we did this year. So that's how they're getting paid, and whatever that negotiations was. I wasn't there a part of it, but I know I have Valley Views, and based on whatever their scale is, correct? Their head football coach is at 14% of that,
So
ours
does
is at 10.
everyone go off of the same scale that we have here in this extracurricular compensation?
It's all, it's different, and I don't have that for every, I'm gonna have Valley Views from a year ago.
But the same structure, it's all percentage of some type of.
Most of it,
salary.
yes,
Generally,
yeah.
percentage of the base.
That's typically how they do that.
So those are the two things when we look at some of those percentages, is that we are lower than a lot of the SIC schools. And that's not me, I haven't looked at everyone's scale, but it just sort of depends a little bit, we know the West Data, in terms of how they pay for their coaches, I mean, they have a fee and that all goes towards coaching stipends, where these other places that don't have a fee, it's like we were this past year, it was just all part of the negotiated agreement and it came through and was funded through funds from the school district.
So I think the hard part is not letting money, we just don't
Well,
have.
that's what, I mean, yeah, what state has failed,
Correct.
aside from that, we are the only one in the state who failed our supplemental levy.
So everyone else is running on supplemental levies to help fund their general funds.
Yeah.
To get those coaches paid.
Correct. And I understand all that. That's why I said.
Oh, yeah, no,
beforehand,
I'm just,
this is just these are thoughts I know we need to look forward, we need to look at moving forward, regardless of what this year looks like, right? I mean, these are things we need to have on our mind, not only right now, but just moving forward, just in terms of, I just want to make sure that our coaches, not only do they get a fair salary, such as the high school assistants, but even those head coaches, at least we can say we are competitive with. I get it, we might not be at the top, but let's at least
so
be
to even be competitive, I would need some type of general fund money to be able to compensate for that. Everything else has strings attached if it's coming from the state or the federal government.
And a couple of years ago, because of the different percentages during negotiations, they increased actually the base. It didn't increase that way, but that was several years ago. So,
2 years old.
oh,
Was it second or remember that conversation?
okay,
So are you guys requesting a change to this?
no,
Okay.
we just, wanted to, if funding does become available, just, to have this conversation, and make note of it for, upcoming, funds.
For next year. Is that what you're,
Well, if the levy passed.
you have to reopen negotiations,
Right.
is what you're saying.
Mhm. So if the levy passes in August.
And I think consensus has been if the levy passes, we will go back and figure out how we can subsidize the costs that we have currently put out for sports, but we're probably still not going to be in a position this year to raise coaching stipends, in my opinion. I would think that's what we would choose to do this year.
So far, the numbers, I mean, if we're looking at EAs versus coaching stipends, I mean, by law, our job is to fund education first, and so I think that needs to be the priority. I'm not saying it's not gonna be off the table, and for sure that it's definitely been noted, it's something we look at every year. Last couple of years, gone back into the stipends, and definitely think we need to be trying to be more competitive, but I think this year, we'll just have to see what happens when we get that.
Knowing that class sizes are going up with teaching positions not filled, I would have to agree with you. Not that coaches aren't working hard, I mean, everybody knows what they do and how much that means to kids, but we need to.
Well, the other part that too is that unknown that we all have to talk about too is if there's no spectators, if they let us have sports but there's no spectators, that's gonna be a huge budget issue as well. So there's more funding issues besides just paying the coaches, or more, I guess, more flows of funds that could be cut off besides just what we're trying to deal with. Things that are out of our control that we just won't know. So I won't say it's off the table, but we're just gonna, some of us will have to just wait and see.
Was there anything else, Andy? I don't remember.
No, I think-
List,
No,
long list.
no, those are the big things. I wanted to make sure we did address dance for sure. Like I said, I think at some point it would be good, to get a dance assistant. We talked the high school assistant coaches, which I think is a big deal, as well as bumping our head coaches up if and when that opportunity presents itself. More than anything though, it's good just to be able to get this out in this setting so we can hear and understand sort of where we're at and as we move forward in this unknown.
I think it helps to clarify through the role of levies and making sure these things happen for our students and for us as our district grows.
No, without question, if you start, because we are growing. So, Yep.
And then, when we left off, I had passed out some language on class size, and unanticipated funds. Did I pass out that?
Does it say that at the top?
Yeah, it would say unanticipated fund. Did I pass that out?
I don't.
I don't think
Okay, all right, and then the COVID language. I could pass that out, right?
You need copies of that other one for everyone?
Yeah.
Probably.
Thank you.
And I get a copy of it.
Okay. Thank you. Do we want to start with the class size language? Sure. Okay. And I had read this last session.
And so just to be clear, are you guys proposing that we adopt this language from Valley View?
Yes, the only thing we would, change would be in our policy, like our numbers are different than their numbers, that, where they have kindergarten 23 students, I believe ours is, I had that policy. Our numbers are different to fit our policy numbers.
And so is your suggestion to keep our numbers?
Yes.
Was that policy 2240?
Yeah, I think
I'm gonna
so.
go grab it.
This thing, this. They used to. Oh, 2240, you're right.
So to clarify, you would recommend keeping our class numbers the same, but counting students at that 1.5 and 2 multiplier based on?
Correct.
I guess I have a little bit of mixed feelings on this. I think it's always going to be our aim and our desire, right, to have those numbers low. Reality might be different. So if we are both keeping our same lower number of students, even though theirs is higher, but then also applying a multiplier to ours, I mean, it's guidance, so it doesn't say we're going to do this, but I guess I would shoot for something that's more realistic than what I think this will prove to be.
I don't have my copy of the policy with me, can you,
Just
So I
write it to you, it's
yeah.
pretty short.
thank you.
So it just says class size, the district will strive to achieve ratios consistent with the following state class size ratio goals. Kindergarten 20, grades 1, 2, and 3, 20, grades 4, 5, and 6, 26. Junior high, 160 per teacher. High school, 160 per teacher. And alternative school, 7 through 12, 18 average daily class load. And then it says, the Board of Trustees recognizes that achieving the goal of this policy is dependent upon the financial ability of the district. The superintendent shall review overloaded class situations and may place an assistant in the classroom or offer other solutions to relieve overloaded class conditions.
Okay, what if we adopted the, with the numbers up above? What if we adopted those numbers that, Caldwell, where underneath where it says Caldwell? If we adopted those numbers and kept the Valley View language?
Students to kindergarten.
Which one's the value?
The Valley View is this top portion, and the Caldwell starts in the middle of the page
So
here.
Caldwell's numbers and values language. And what you wrote is our current policy.
Wouldn't that make it the same? Increasing how many kids are in a class.
Well, it depends on how many you would have with 504s and IEPs and LUP students. Or, well, wait a minute. So, oh wait, I forgot. So Valley View does have their numbers. The Valley View numbers are, they do coincide with ours, correct?
We've got first grade
No.
24, second grade
Oh.
25.
Third grade music,
Pretty close, right?
fifth and sixth grade.
Theirs is higher.
Theirs is higher.
Like we've got 20 for third grade, they've got 26. That's a big.
We want to be able to count the students that need additional and require additional time and support to be able to count. Where you have a high number of students with higher needs, they need more support. And so that's where this language from Valley View helps with the load. As far as if you have a new student that comes to school, instead of just placing them in and this is what we do currently, whatever class has the lowest numbers, they place that student there. Well, but if you look at, if you were to look at those students on 504s, IEPs, or, different, that require more support.
Are you confident that that's the practice of administrators, that they look simply at a number and they place that student in the lowest class size? I just know
Well,
that's
I'm
not what
sure
I
they
do.
do consider, other, but this just gives the list a little bit more accuracy. As far as if you have a class that has students that need a lot more support, that's why, you know, part of the equity part, some classes, also at Purple Sage, we will put a lot of students, that are extended resource, we'll put a couple in a classroom, but consideration needs to be made that those students do require more support.
I guess I would just be shocked if consideration wasn't being made, but that's maybe something we need to look at more.
Is that, I was under the impression that when they built the classes, that they look at all that.
We do, but like when you have students coming in after school started,
Right.
then it's usually you look at numbers, and this teacher right here is sitting at, 25 students, this one student sitting at 27, so let's put the new student in this class. But I mean, I know administrators do consider somewhat classroom, you know, they do consider, well, this classroom, you know, but I know numbers are a major factor.
That would be true. Well, at the school level too. When those kids are coming in partway through the year, it's putting them into the class with the lowest numbers, and then if issues arise, then trying to shuffle them around.
And I think
Sometimes it's
another,
not until after the class.
Yeah.
another part of that consideration may be trying to pair students together with like disabilities for coverage for one-on-ones. I mean, I don't know how much all of that is factoring into those decisions. I would just, I don't have a problem with this. I mean, it's guidance, it's not required. I do think there has to be a balance, that if you want this multiplier though, then we're gonna have to change these other numbers to some degree to make this balanced. The other thing I would maybe suggest is if we wanna talk about student load, knowing the position that we're going to be in this fall, what is it that we think is appropriate in online sections?
Yeah.
So is it kind of like they want to go to FTEs, like each kid would get, like if you have, need additional assistance, it would be a 1.5 instead of just a 1.
Or a
Or
2,
1+,
if you're
depending on what they-
classified ED, a multiplier of 2.
Are the admins having time to even do classes this year? Or we're waiting for registration and then they'll look at all that?
Registrations are coming in right now. In-person registration is scheduled for the 4th of August. They will do placement before that, though, because I believe we said we would communicate with parents class placement on the 1st of August. If I remember that right, yeah.
Well, and I'm just looking at Valley View, Caldwell, they do have, you know, some language, and it is based on, enrollment projections and, goals. They're not mandated. It's just a goal. And, we have nothing. And on the second page where it talks about secondary classroom considerations, on number 2, the language there that we felt was important. If enrollment in secondary courses exceeds 35 students, the building administrator, site leadership team, and superintendent / designee will meet to review the situation and propose possible solutions. And the part at the top on Valley View, class size, that we felt was like important language. It is the aim and desire of the association, the board, and the administrators that enrollment in all classrooms in the Valley View School District not exceed the state recommended guidelines for class size. In the event that those guidelines are exceeded, the building principal will initiate a discussion with affected teachers and district office personnel in the problem-solving process no later than the first 2 weeks of school or a new semester / trimester. That language actually is just saying that we can get together and have some problem-solving discussions. Maybe classrooms, even though we do try, and I know administration tries at the year prior to, we look at classroom dynamics and placement, and we do try to get our classrooms as equitable as possible. However, once you get into that, into that class, you really don't know what the dynamics are gonna be like, or if we have new students coming in who are registered, at the very last minute, like the next school year. So, if there's even a problem-solving process where we can, teachers can come and say, I'm having a really difficult time with this classroom as far as the number, of students that need additional support or, some sort of problem-solving solution. And I've been there, done that. So it's very, and when you're a teacher, like I'm gonna say again, who does have good classroom management skills, you seem to get students who need those good classroom management skills. And that's not always equitable. So some sort of,
I'm not opposed to that section you just read. I think that's okay, but I guess it would be my hope that that's what we're doing anyways, and that those discussions can take place without guidance, if we need this guidance. I don't have an issue with that. I don't particularly like the first 2 weeks requirement, only because I know what the first 2 weeks of school looks like. We all do, and while I realize that's a really pressing time to get that issue taken care of, I would hate to have that in writing that it has to take place within those first 2 weeks, especially knowing what the fall may or may not look like this year. Some of the changes we've had in staffing, just making sure that we meet that time requirement would be a concern for me. But I don't have any problem engaging in that process, a problem-solving process. I think that's best practice.
From the teacher's perspective, I totally get what you're saying, like the first 2 weeks of school are crazy. But the longer it goes, the harder it is. The student doesn't want to change teachers again, another teacher has already established a class. Parents don't want the kids moved out, 4, 5, 6 weeks into a semester.
But the 2 weeks doesn't limit that. They can bring it sooner, like a teacher can bring it at any point before or after. By removing that word 2 weeks, doesn't necessarily open it at any time that discussion needs to happen. My concern is where it says, in the event that those guidelines are exceeded, the building principal will initiate a discussion. I haven't not spoke to any of the building principals about this. I don't know if I would want that to be all on the principal. to initiate those, but I
Yeah,
don't
I
know
would-
how that chain of command works. So that was just one word, if it should be may, or if it should just be where that second part where it says that the teacher, may initiate the problem-solving process through the building principal as needed, or whenever it occurs, or, I know that might be something, or, so.
Yeah, I mean, we could put the, what was the language, Alicia, you used?
Instead of, well, it says the building principal may initiate a discussion,
Can we just say
Instead
a
of will.
problem-solving process will be initiated?
or the teacher may initiate a problem-solving process at any point through the district, through the building principal.
Sure.
Because I think especially going into this new year, if we have some online and then next semester they come back, and if you're limited to that first 2 weeks, I mean, these problems might continue to evolve and change. It's gonna be very dynamic and fluid, and who knows, so we shouldn't lock them down.
Does that make sense to say teacher initiated instead of administrator, because the teachers don't have that firsthand experience no sooner than the administrator.
Well, and I just didn't understand why the building principal would initiate that conversation when the teacher's the one in the classroom, right, experiencing it.
Yeah.
They're probably just trying to keep the doors open and not, their pulse isn't on that. Yeah.
So we wanna take out the building principal.
What if we just put in event, so the first 2 lines, in event that those guidelines are exceeded, the teacher may initiate the problem-solving process through the building principal.
Okay,
And just take out everything else in between.
okay.
If that would satisfy what goal we're trying to get to.
Sure. And then down below, in the event a teacher perceives an overload because of the nature dynamics of the class or limitations of the facility, the teacher may initiate. Well, there, and that's saying that basically the same thing.
Right, so that's why I said maybe we just get rid of everything in between and just.
Well, yeah, and that's just saying the recommended, that's talking about class size. This is, because of the nature / dynamics of the class. So can we put that, just include that,
In the event that those guidelines are exceeded or the nature or dynamics of the class cause a perceived overload, the teacher may initiate the problem solving process.
sure, and or the nature, dynamics of the class. Okay,
May cause a perceived overload.
did we want the limitations of the facility? And I think that's just talking about too many students per.
On the space.
Yeah. Mhm. Can we add that or keep that in there?
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll do that. Alright. So for those students who need additional support, as far as being counted, what are your thoughts on that?
I'm okay with counting them, but like I said, then I think you're gonna see an increase in the cap, but then I wonder, are you really achieving anything by doing that? I mean, we can't, from my standpoint, we can't keep the same numbers we have in policy and add a multiplier and reasonably expect to be able to meet that.
That's what I was asking before when I was looking at their numbers. If to count students as 1.5 or 2, we have to increase those class sizes. I don't think we can come out
Right, well, and the class sizes we have now, like, what is it, 20 for first grade? At Purple Stage, they had 26 last year, so 27. So we're not following the goals as it is, so,
They'll be higher for this coming year.
possibly, depending on.
Depends on
Could be,
online.
it depends on, well, it depends on enrollment.
Okay, so what, you guys, want to keep our numbers?
I see kind of being what we talked about right there. That's gonna be the key, is talking about the students.
Oh, the problem solving,
Problem solving, that's gonna be your key.
okay,
Because I think mathematically, keeping track of all the numbers, nobody's gonna be able to track all that perfectly.
Just knowing the budget position that we're in this year. I mean, ideally, it'd be nice to keep our numbers and have the different count, but there's no way that's gonna happen with a lack of funding.
okay. So if we can just add that language then in our agreement,
Can I see?
Sure.
Just make sure I didn't miss anything.
agreement to, it'd be down,
Section E, page 25.
yeah.
Yes.
Yep. So, yeah, it would be down below here. Is where we would have that,
Which page are you on?
27.
So under E,
Mhm.
under the second paragraph, or between the two.
I think it should replace all that, right? Because doesn't it read, I guess the second paragraph, it doesn't, the first one.
So replace
The
class
first
size.
paragraph, but
Yeah,
leave the second one.
okay.
First one, keeping the second one and adding all three of these.
Just this first part. We would just add this first part.
I mean, I guess it kind of, you almost could get rid of both of them. I guess it just depends on what language.
Kind of just stated a different way.
That's the same thing.
I'm okay with you just adding it or replacing it.
Okay, if we could keep the second paragraph and just insert this in the first.
Yeah, because the second
Replace it.
paragraph in here kind of says what this one says. And then in the event the teacher receives the overload, we don't need that because we already said that up there. This paragraph here, are we keeping that?
We
We got this one done.
Replace this,
In the event a
and
teacher
we're
receives.
taking out,
Yeah, we got that.
yeah.
But it's just this one right here, we keep in.
We're adding that in there with, up here is, the class size, in the event that those guidelines are exceeded, and/or the nature dynamics of a class or limitations of the facility, the teacher may initiate the discussion. So, guidelines are exceeded, yeah, and or the nature.
So that makes sense, we're
of
just
the
taking
class.
out one there.
And Darren used to be the one that would he had the negotiated agreement and he would do the revisions and then send them to us. Is that correct, Glenn?
And I think she already said she was.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, so you have this, Cheryl.
Cheryl.
Okay.
So we've got it down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just
Yeah.
incorporate it all, of that, that's fine, yeah.
And then on the, are we good then with class size? And then on the district, and the COVID-19 language, I know that, Kristen, you had sent an email about the committee and that Dave Stacy was a participant on the committee for the COVID. And we had a question, was our RN on the committee?
No, Charlene is really on the committee who oversees the RNs, and then we, as you guys know, we sent it out for feedback for
Oh,
everybody with
and
the staff and our nurses did,
Okay,
provide feedback.
okay. Yeah, we just felt it was important to include the RNs in that, in those discussions. Also, we have, and we just want you to let us know and inform us. We've had teachers that want us to require masks. We have teachers that don't want us to require masks. And so we know, that there are laws and there are not laws that need to be drafted with this pandemic. So if you could just explain and elaborate what we can mandate and what we can't.
So we can mandate it. Guidance came out from ISBA saying we could mandate face coverings if we choose to do so. In the plan currently, I assume you guys know, as of yesterday, I think the language was allowed. We were allowing face coverings. We changed it this morning to say encourage, not require. We also updated the language to include that if a city or county ordinance came out, we would of course be in compliance with that ordinance and we would require face masks. And I just saw that come across my phone that they're talking about it right now.
Oh, okay.
So that's,
Okay.
we will follow that guidance. We're trying to, find some sort of happy medium in this really crazy endeavor to figure this out, but, we want to protect employees and students. We also want to allow for some personal choice in this. And I know there's really strong opinions going both ways. I've heard them all.
I'm
That
sure
was
you
our
have.
conversation yesterday,
Right.
we want people to be safe, but you've seen the news stories with, fights breaking out, it's like, we don't want to, we've got
That's a
enough to
fine
deal
line.
with.
Yeah.
And just so you guys are aware, this plan that they're bringing tonight is a very flexible, breathable, it's a plan, but everyone trumps it. If the health department comes out and says something, it trumps it. If the state comes out, we're kind of on the bottom of the totem pole, so yes, there is gonna be a plan and we're trying to provide structure and guidance, but we're at the whim of everyone else. So in the email that we got from the ISBA, Karen just told us that be ready to look at it the day before school starts and it might change. She said, we're just not gonna know, the laws are changing, people's, everything's changing, so they just kind of keep encouraging us to keep going forward the best we can and just try and encourage everyone to just take a deep breath, try and do what's best for them. We're not medical professionals, we don't know, we're not scientists, we're trying to do the best with what information we have, everyone is doing that. We're not taking it personal, we're not out to get anybody, we're just trying to make it work for the majority of the people. So just allow grace, we want input, we want feedback, we're listening, we're trying to take it all in and try and make a decision that will benefit everyone as a whole, still at the mercy of the powers that be. And that's kind of where we're at.
Right, and that's just what, you know, we've had teachers who want us to mandate masks, we have teachers who don't want us to mandate masks. So, we have received the same feedback that you've probably received. Also, you're gonna send out a survey, correct?
Yeah, so there will be a few different ones coming out this week. One is designed for our substitute teachers, just focused solely on availability for this fall, so that we can get a handle on those numbers. One will go to parents on Friday, so that reopening plan goes to the board tonight, provided we have an adopted plan. That formally adopted plan will go to staff and to parents tomorrow morning. Survey to staff on Thursday. There's a series of questions that will help us better plan for this fall and what we're looking at and what everybody's comfort level is. And then survey to parents on Friday. And that will help us get, there's a lot of information on that one as well, but that will help us get a handle on who's planning on partaking in our online schooling option so that we can begin to look at staffing and figure this out in the next 4 weeks.
When you say look at staffing, does that mean somebody who's teaching an in-person class wouldn't also be responsible for online, or are teachers going to be expected to do both? Have you gotten that far?
Still somewhat of a discussion, so a lot of that depends on numbers, right? I mean, if those surveys come back and we have 50% of the students electing to stay home, we can then staff that appropriately and probably get our numbers down low enough here that we may not have to do a hybrid situation. We can actually offer full face-to-face. You know, it's really going to depend on where those numbers fall. When we sent the question the first time, it was in May or June. And at that time, we had 20% of families say they were not confident in returning in the fall. I imagine that has increased since then. But what we had stated in the plan was that we would start with the instructional specialists as long as that number was low, along with some other resources. And as that number grows, I think it will probably start out much higher than we might be anticipating. We'll start to figure out how to move staff into those positions.
We've also, had people inquiring about sick leave versus the COVID leave and, the funding. So the government, if you could explain how that would work, would teachers need to take their sick leave or apply and take COVID leave?
So under FFCRA, that is that Families First Coronavirus Response Act, and we sent information out on that in the spring that guaranteed employees an extra 80 hours of leave, given a qualifying reason under COVID. So we've had individuals working with the district office if they find that they're in that situation to use that leave first, and then they start running into their sick leave.
And after the 80 hours? Okay, and, that was a government grant, or did we have to apply for that, or just?
That was a federal,
Okay.
And how long is that good for? Like that would cover the
this
whole
was,
school year?
it's right now, it's December 31st, 2020. I can't imagine that that's not gonna get extended if we're gonna be at the peak. But, you know, I don't know.
Well, and then teachers are worried too, what if their kids get COVID? And they have to stay home to take care of their child,
That's one of the qualifying reasons to use that leave.
but that would just be a one-time, so then if they come down with COVID, they've already used it.
Right.
And they would therefore have to use their own sick leave. We have a lot of teachers with children, so that's been a big worry. Do you guys have anything also covered.
I vote for it to go away. If it was up to us.
Right. If we could just request that, on your committee, that an RN be present, we would like to request that. We just feel it's important, for an RN to have input as well on the committee.
So moving forward. Okay, because the committee work is really,
Oh, done?
you know, yeah.
Okay.
But I hope the message has been to everybody, if you have input, please provide it, and we've worked very closely with Southwest District Health, the CDC, all the state reopening guidelines. I mean, we're not without very knowledgeable people helping to draft that plan.
So we don't have to add anything anywhere for this.
So, wait a minute, so, wait, just the, about the committee, so,
So I put in like the note that you requested in RNLP
oh,
on the committee.
Right.
Just instead of moving forward since I got that.
okay, the second paragraph. For the 2020-21 school year only, the association and district shall commit to no wage or benefit reductions or reduction in staff so long as the district has reserve funds above 5%. The reserves may be general fund money or other funds such as SRS or impact aid funds. Funds restricted by state or federal law shall not be included in the consideration of reserve funds. Further, the association and district agree to utilize any additional state support, rainy day, or other special funding, including funding flexibility and federal stimulus funds to maintain staff levels and prevent any reduction in wages or benefits to staff. Additionally, so long as funding is allocated, the association and district agree that all staff shall maintain their pay and benefits regardless of school closures due to COVID-19 pandemic. That's the part that we wanted to add to the agreement.
So I guess the first thing I would point out is we don't have reserve funds above 5%, so I'm not entirely sure if this is applicable.
And I would just add the reference to additional funding, because so much of our funding was cut to 5%. To me, that needs to be restored to the areas of which it was cut before we would ever be able to allocate it out to staffing to, because like the entitlement number that was reduced, that goes to cover the deficit. Like in transportation, where you really only get reimbursed about 65%. So we couldn't take that additional funding that would come in and pay it towards salaries, or it would short us even more.
Right.
So this to me, it would would just be something that
But,
would be too risk.
but we would, but I mean, if the fund balance does come above 5% is what we would be referring to.
What is this sort of, an impact fee fund?
That's a pretty short term.
I'm sure.
Oh, yeah, it used to be 5%, always.
Well, that's the policy.
And that
The
is,
board has a policy to make it
Yes.
5%, of which I
it's not
know
sufficient.
the last 2 years for sure, we're not within. And that really probably needs to be increased, that's not even a month's operating. I mean, we spend over 2 million a month, our payroll is $1.5 million, and 1% or 5% right now is about 1.2. That's just not even, responsible. So, I think the
3 months is the recommendation, which would be 6 point something.
2 months would be considered minimum because of the gap between the way we get our state funding payments. We get August, we get November, and then we get February. So if we, in our case, where our balance is gonna be so low, we could be in a cash flow problem. And the fact that we don't carry 2 months operating, we carry less than one. So, I mean, I understand, and certainly that would be our goal, but I don't think that, I wouldn't recommend committing the district to it. We would also, I think would need to open negotiations to address any of this. Because anything that would affect salary or benefits outside of the agreement that's done, there would be an opportunity to reopen it, if all of a sudden we've got additional monies. And I think it would be prudent for the district as a whole to reopen negotiations on the matter as a whole, not have committed or tied the board's hands. Because it'd be different if we hadn't already taken, 6% cut, one from last year and 5%. And then with the supplemental levy, it's hard to distinguish where some of this additional monies may come. It's not really additional, it's just restoring what we were promised to begin with, of which we had budgeted for originally. So I would hate to see us do that. Because we have the freedom to reopen negotiations, certainly.
Yeah, that's the anticipated fund.
I think that's.
Right.
Well, an anticipated fund, and that's the same issue. To define or to lock it in,
I don't think we've locked it in, at least reopen.
look, but
Need to reopen.
the agreement already allows for that. I think that would just be a request from the VA to reopen, or even from the district, if we feel that we, all of a sudden have addition, I think that everyone would probably be willing to reopen and want to.
If, knowing everything that's been cut, because that was spread out, is there like a prioritized list if money comes in, like what the district's looking at? Or I'm thinking about, I'm just gonna tell you from a parent perspective, that the class size is a big concern. So is there a priority for if money does come in, or you're just looking about, put a little bit back in each area where it was cut?
I would say there will be a list in the next 2 weeks. We haven't finalized it yet. We've basically looked at, it's not up there anymore, but what we've cut and what was hardest for us to cut, and those are the things that would come back first. So staffing was definitely on that list.
I would think anything that applies to instructional would probably be first, and then safety second, and then. Because everything fits in there really somewhere, but.
How about this language? The association and district agree to utilize any additional state support, rainy day funds or other special funding, including funding flexibility and federal stimulus funds to maintain staff levels and prevent any reduction in wages or benefits to staff. How about that?
I don't know if we can put that in agreement because it's not up to the board.
I think it's
such a budget. So I don't think that can be part of the achievement.
think it's. Somebody had a copy last time.
Page 28, it has to be open.
That's what I was looking for.
Because we did have something.
During all of this work.
Is there something in your contract already?
There is some,
There is for reopener.
there's a reopener that you can request it.
I think that's the main concern, isn't it? Because a few years ago, we got those additional funds and I was in prison at the time. And it was kind of just pushed through and then we had to reopen it and it got a little hairy. But
Yeah. I don't know what happened then, but I would think that.
yeah, it was a while ago. And I think that's the concern.
Yeah.
If money comes
Yes.
back and, we see class sizes overwhelming, you know, and no need to reduce those, that's why it's concerned.
And this language actually came from IEA, so, that's where that came from.
Well, I understand it. I think that my position from the finance side would be to say that because we've made so many cuts, that I would hate to see the board's hands tied of deciding what could be brought back if we had committed that it had to go to salaries and benefits or something, or any kind of a reopener before we could look at priorities, because the board needs to be able to maintain services at all levels, not just people, you know.
Well, and this
So-
important part here, maintain staff levels, which we would also want to encourage, like bring back to,
Which I think that's addressed separately in the agreement, under RIF, or if I remember correctly.
and we changed that RIF language, which by the way, then, our changes that we made last year got put into policy. So what you have in policy doesn't,
Because none of the policies that we're talking about
Yeah.
here.
right?
And you know, there's law, there's some pretty good state statute that addresses RIF for certificated employees. So that would take precedent anyway,
Sure,
that protects.
and
And the financial emergency also, you know, there's some criteria that has to be met before you could ever institute RIF. So,
right, and negotiated agreement trumps policy, so,
I don't think it trumps.
This is-
it does not policy, but
The
state law
statute would
trumps
trump the
negotiated
agreement.
agreement.
but, yeah,
But I don't think there's anything in our policy, like I said, we're about to, but that would trump or that would conflict the agreement to a negative, isn't it? Because the agreement would trump.
what page is,
I tried to find it. Person.
I think it's under the recall provisions of D on page 26. Contract of employment of a teacher is terminated because of implementation of a reduction in force. Oh, that's reemployment.
That should be right.
It's kind of the only reference I see it.
recall, there it is, it's D, it's on page, 26, D, recall provision.
And just so you know, that does match the new proposed language that's going in policies for board of the 5,000 section. We just worked on that.
So, as long as we, take it, language. For additional funds.
I just know from going through the last time this happened, teachers were concerned that it's, you know, the health insurance, those kind of things would always be less important than everything else. And they did. I did
You
try
wanna
to do it.
explain that, Cheryl, since you were here during that?
Yeah, so it's just one of those things that turned into a huge turmoil, and right now none of us want that. So if there's something we can do now to make it easier. But what happened before when all the money was being cut and the idea was out there that there would be federal money coming, and everybody said, we'll go back to where the cuts were. And the concern was teachers always end up on the bottom of that list, like their benefits and things like that. And there was a concern that that would always be pushed aside for something else. And we did have a letter of agreement written up. I just don't know who would still have a copy of how that was motivated. And what it did, because there wasn't anything really firm in place about what that process would be, lots of emails going back and, bickering over the details, and it just created a situation that made a lot of people unhappy for a while.
Well, I think we've already discussed and committed to looking at benefit options because of what the increase was this year and putting together, haven't we discussed that a couple of times? Going out.
We're going forward next year.
Yeah, for next
Yeah.
year and seeing what.
And even talking to other districts, trying to work together with districts to say, hey, do we have any options for bidding or putting together other groups to help districts keep the costs down, because we're kind of at the mercy of being as part of the trust. They hold you captive in the way that if you leave, you can't go back for 3 years. And so if you switch, and you get a good deal the first year, and the second year, that new carrier jumps through, you can't go back to the trust. So I think it is important for us as a district to work with our consultants on what our options are really early in the year, and looking if we want to go out and bid and look at options, not waiting until May and June, to do that, so.
But I guess my intent with that comment was that trying to keep it, right, if we have a committee and we're actively looking at benefits options when money comes in, I feel like the district team right now has a very good pulse on financially where we're at. No one has a pulse on what may come or what still may disappear. I mean, who knows, right? Like, it's up in the air. So I think by keeping it open on the board end and open on the agreement end to where it can be opened and have that discussion, and if both sides are willing to engage in that discussion, I think it's just like the class size. I think the discussion is the part that we need to have, right? So as long as we can make sure that there's that discussion that's happening, then I think that would probably help solve that. Do you feel like that's?
And maybe we agree that through the regular communications with the MEA, that we share information of what additional fundings we receive or we may receive, then everybody can make an educated decision whether to ask to reopen negotiations, right? I think maybe that's part of the issue, is being able to communicate either what we're being cut or what we're getting. Because some of the stuff that they may reallocate to us may be very designated, you can only use it for this because this is what it was originally intended for. And so it wouldn't be open for that. But there's other things that, we can only hope maybe they'll restore, that there would be flexibility. But right now, I'm more fearful of additional cuts than I am, even though the state has a surplus.
Yeah.
So, we can hope maybe that will change then. Maybe projections aren't as slim, so they'll come back and say, hey, we're gonna restore your 5%. But many of those areas that they cut are very designated money, right? Professional development, you can't really use it to pay for additional staffing, but we could use it to re-implement some training for online, some different things. So I think maybe it's really working to make sure we have a good communication of what we're seeing, and then that way you guys have the information you need to ask to reopen if there's an opportunity. Because I think that gives the controllers in the agreement now to reopen it with 15 days notice, right?
Yeah.
And, because we'll also have the same caveats if we get to the fall and they do additional cuts. And that may put us in an emergency situation where, it changes. We need to stop everything and look at it again.
I would just add to that too, the unknown of this fall and the predicament that we're in with the pandemic. If we do end up getting more money than we anticipated, we're also probably going to have some costs this fall. that we're not completely aware of yet. And so I think this year is truly a little bit of an anomaly. A lot of those resources that we had access to in the spring were free when we went to that soft closure and online learning. And thus far, they have not gone back to being free again. So like the GoToMeeting platform that we were using, $4,000 a month is what we've been quoted for that. It's not in the budget right now. I mean, there's so many things that we're gonna be in a position to have to figure out that normally we wouldn't be.
Even the mask debate, if we require it, we'll probably have to provide. You know, so then you have some turnover of that and supplies. I mean,
If we can
we
get them.
don't know what those are gonna be and with the vendors, you know, what the pricing situation. I'm talking with a lot of the business managers in the valley and they're all in that, saying, well, maybe we should try to partner. But we don't know what we need. We don't know what we have to have. We don't know how many we have and what the lead time on getting them. So it's just a really difficult.
Well, I know somebody who makes masks.
Consumer science classes, could that be like a big project?
There you go. Yeah, I had that. There's
Yeah.
Zoe. Well, we just feel it's important to put something in, like this first paragraph, the district and association commit to working together during the unprecedented, thank you, COVID-19 global pandemic. The district and association shall work together to provide a safe and effective learning environment for students and staff.
I'm by that in that language.
I think that would be
And maybe
all.
something about keeping communications,
Yes. Well,
Yeah, if it's available,
things
if
change.
there's
Yeah,
limits.
yeah.
I mean, everybody in this room knows our district's just been beaten up, and anything we can do to show support for our teachers and to help bring that morale back up is going to be very important.
There's, we shall work together to provide a safe and effective learning environment for staff and students. The district and association shall communicate frequently throughout the course of the year. I mean, how often do you meet with? Are you
Once
every
a
month?
month. And that's completely wide open for, now with Dave. But they always come with an agenda that we both contribute to and either one of us can bring anything to the table for discussion. It's very open and fluid.
shall communicate frequently. Can you say that again, please?
No, I'm just trying to think.
I know.
Are you okay with that being the method of communication?
It's just
Well,
through those monthly meetings with.
But I'm also thinking like, what if you get something right after you've got the monthly meeting? I mean, just to keep it open. So,
Well, and I feel like just in the last few weeks, I mean, you guys have probably gotten more
Things
surveys and more
change
emails
daily.
from the district office than you probably have in the last couple of months of just, we want your feedback multiple times. Please take time to give us feedback, like, so I think that demonstrates good faith on our part too, that we are really trying with the community and our teachers and our staff, like, we don't have the answers, we've never done this before. We're trying to figure it out, you know, so I definitely think the intent is there, but I also don't wanna get cut with the wording, like they'll communicate 3 times.
No,
you
no,
know,
I think
so-
frequently, is that okay?
And the thing about ongoing agreement has always been either one of us can reach out to the other one at any time. And there can always be an extra meeting or an extra conversation.
Or include additional people in the meeting if you
Yeah,
want.
if we're willing to bring in more, yeah.
So you wanted to just say communicate frequently to ensure or promote.
Or just
Maybe the
share.
district and the association will continue to communicate frequently.
And commit to working together during through that communication part at the very beginning.
On all topics, including
And so they-
financial. I mean, you could put that specifically in there if you want.
And can we put something in,
and financial.
Including financial, yeah.
So tell me how you want
Or
to.
including funding, status, I think.
funding, Cheryl said it,
Funding status or to include.
to include,
So say from effective learning environment to include, is that what you mean?
Or at the very beginning, right? The district and association commit to,
Communicating frequently and working together.
and working together during the unprecedented COVID-19 global pandemic.
Communications may include, increased or decreased funding streams.
Or just
Revenue.
periodic financial updates.
Yeah. Financials.
There you go.
Financial updates.
To include periodic financial
Financial
updates.
We have money, we have money.
You can cash your check this month.
And where is that going to go?
COVID.
Yeah. We kind of talked about it with the ref language and priorities. But there's not.
I know. I was wondering, like,
If you made in like number C under ratification, and then dropped agreement to D. Because it's right under the reopener, or above the reopener.
Page 27. I mean, it could fit under negotiation procedure, but it's not really specific to negotiations, it's just kind of a.
Or you can include it as number D under the preamble, section 1.
what about, under compensation even?
Kind of like it right at the start.
That negotiation procedure type.
Well, not in it, but, yeah, not in it, but before you get to the negotiation procedure. Just right at the start of the contract, easy to take out once we're past it.
Okay, before good faith? Or, I mean, before negotiation procedure, just its own separate, oh, okay.
Is that what you
Just put it. I'm fine with that.
So put it under negotiation procedure, or where you
Just for both, just right before it, but not with a bullet or not with its own number.
just as a comment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. You wanna move to salary and benefits? So does the district have a proposed salary?
Well, I think that the district's position is to follow the state's funding positioning, meaning that everyone stays on the salary schedule as they were for the 2019-20 school year, with the exception that someone that receives, ability to move to the right by 24 credits or the masters, they would get their education allocation. The state is funding us on those allocations.
And also we would move the individuals, that are now at that 40,000 minimum requirement.
That's correct. Right, so that's a state department too, which are funding. And that does affect quite a few. Have the number.
Significantly more, it was 40-ish individuals.
So it was, quite a bit. So that's good.
New teachers, not old.
I know.
I think that's it on salary. I don't know if you want to talk about the premium increase.
Do you want to move on to benefits, or is there something you guys want to talk about with the salary?
We in agreement.
Yeah.
We should have more options.
Love her.
So then, as we talked about before, and I just ran some reports so we could talk about how many people would be affected by, as you know, the medical went up 8.8%. We were actually able to save a little bit of money by switching our dental back to Delta Dental, which would increase our annual, instead of $1,250 a year dental, we would get $1,500 dental, and decrease the cost slightly to the district. But on the medical, so we have two plans available, the PPO and the HSA, or higher deductible. So we have currently 341 employees on medical. So the medical loan, the district pays $2,065,000, or $2,065,000 a year for medical benefits. So, and I think we had talked before that the increase would be just under 200,000, about 180,000. For certificated staff, that would affect 192.
That total you just gave us, was that the total from last year? Not the
That's-
proposed total?
That's correct, that's what we're currently paying, so then you add
And
the medical increase on that. So it's about 120,000, approximately 90,000. We do have, right at 100 people who carry dependent coverage. Right, so they will see additional increase of 8.8% on any of the dependents also. So there's not as many with dependent as I would really thought there were, so that's good.
I know a lot of classified, are employed because of the benefits.
So this is the situation we have, and I know we're not negotiating for classified, right? But I think it's an important point to make, is that because of our 4-day week, every classified, except for our full year-round custodial and maintenance people, really did take a reduction in annual salary for the year. Because of the number of reduced days, even though the day is longer, it really did reduce. Admin, directors, classified, all took reductions. For certificated, actually, by maintaining, you're actually going to have 30 hours less work hours for the same pay over the year.
In the classroom.
well, no, that's work day hours, right? Because not all that's
Right.
classroom hours
Right.
too, right?
Right.
But from a 9.5 hour day or whatever we have calculated, from start of the year to the end of the year, including your 1 day a week or 1 day a month, Fridays. The overall total hours, calculated hours, is a little over 30 hours a year less.
We all know you work more.
I know, I'm just chomping at the bit.
No,
So,
and I'm the
yeah.
first one to admit
Yes.
that, no, that's, no, we know
Okay.
that, but
On
we're doing the
paper
math.
versus reality.
But in a classified employee situation, when many of them work for the benefits, we receive very low net incomes for the year, you know. The increase on the standard plan is $43.50 per month,
Oh, wow.
$522 a year. Pre-tax, but that is the increase. On the FSA plan, it's $41.30 or $495.60. Now, the district's cost is the same, because we pay the same benefit, whether you choose, regardless of the plan. We allow the employee to put the difference either toward their dependent coverage, or they can actually take it as compensation. So the district's cost is the same, we equalize that over. So we, and I'm really trying, I think it would be I think I can say that it would be the district's hope to have paid all of that. Right now, with everything that we're cutting, we really have a difficult time finding the funds to do that. I guess I would propose that we have to push that to the employee, but that's $522 a year. So,
Cheryl, is there, so for each one of their, so say, I have my own cost, but then I'm also covering my spouse, so then is my spouse also $43.50 more a year? And then are also my children this each?
it's 8.8% of that, so a spouse's coverage is actually quite a bit more.
I was just curious how that worked out.
Yeah. So currently, an employee is $494.70, this last year, let me do the math really quick. They actually charge more, it's not a direct thing, so for an employee and a spouse, it's $1,087.65 a month, less the $494.70 for the employee. So and that spouse actually costs $592.95 a month.
And that's 8% of that.
Yeah.
Is the increase.
So with the 0.088 of that, spouse increased 52.17 or 52.18 a month. So, so for each plan, I can say, okay, an employee increased 43.50, employee plus spouse increased 95.65. You know, but we still would cover the same amount for the employer regardless of their 66.95 for employee plus child, 77.40 for employee plus children, 110.90 for a family plan. So what we do is take the new rate, the 1371, deduct out whatever the district's gonna pay 100%, and the rest goes to the employee. So, and the majority of the other plans out there, the increases were within the 6 to 10, you know, in other carriers. So, and because as part of our the benefit trust, we don't get or know our history. We don't know our utilization rate. We don't know if we have really high claims. We don't know if we have low. So when you go out to bid, they have nothing to go on because Blue Cross says the benefit trust keeps that information as a pool and doesn't share it with us as a member. So that's why it's risky to go out and switch without really doing a lot of work or trying to lock in prices for multi-years because you might get 6% this year, next year have, because of our utilization, and they say, you guys are high users, we're gonna raise you 18%. And so that's why we really want to start this process early for next year, understanding what our options are going forward. But, you know, that's, I mean, I don't know what you guys have as a group or your expectations.
just to give you a couple other numbers too, based on what Cheryl had touched on. So when we went to that 4-day week, our classified staff, when we saw that reduction in hours, the goal initially, when we decided to go to that 4-day week, was to try to not have people go backwards, right? We wanted to keep them whole. We figured if they had less hours, perhaps we could compensate them a little bit more on their hourly rate to keep them to where they weren't going backwards. Because of the budget situation, we had to cut that and just call it what it was. That saved us about $360,000. So that's kind of when we look at it, that's the total that, we asked our classified to do. Our administrators voluntarily came up with a 3-day furlough. So they're giving it that way. That totaled anywhere from, I think the lowest person that meant about $1,000 and the highest, so it was about $1,600. When we did the math on that, so just to give you a little bit more information on that whole picture.
So classified are not getting their 73 cents raise. That was, we voted on that with that stipulation. Our district voted on it. The community, right? We were all assuming that our classified would get a 0.73.
Well, we had
Cent.
projected that that's what it would take to keep them whole. Never did we say we could for sure do it, and we didn't have the information on the levy at that point.
And that, even when we were using that number, that was based off an average pay of an aide, not every
So-
classified employee. And that was prior to the levy not passing, and that was prior to a 5% overlap.
So we are,
So they've maintained their hourly rate, but they now have less hours, right? Even though some of them, we did look at their calendars and we tried to extend them, we could justify on that 4-day week. But they did overall, they're not seeing an hourly decrease, but overall, their annual income was affected. The loss.
And those are the things that would factor in if we were to regain some funding from youth sources, that I would like to see us move as a priority, right,
yeah, because we're basically, the 4-day work week was not to affect them. And I know we don't bargain for them, but we advocate, we have members that are MEA members, and we just appreciate the work they do. And we're actually, that's upsetting. That is just, really upsetting that we were under the assumption that they would not be affected. And we voted on the 4-day work week, and so it's on the backs of our classified that we are saving money by going to a 4-day work week.
So, go ahead, I was just going to add, and I know this isn't part of the conversation, but that was the consideration, is if the district can cover the increase for classified employees, which does treat them differently. But I know, there must have been some discussion of that, because I noticed on dental, certified pay part of their own dental, and classified do not. And so, those are things we need to just be really open about. That it is different, that the impact on our lowest paid employees is huge. That anything that we can do as a district.
So if we would have stayed with 5 days, it would have impacted them, correct?
May not have impacted them, but it would have another $400,000 that we were trying to find right now.
Actually, more than that, because of food service, all the other things that we're hoping to reduce too, The overall building expenses, we're hoping to reduce by moving to our 4-day week. I think that our parents, the survey out to the parents was so high at the 4-day week, we have 80% or something of our community on 40 week. That is still a very good decision. I do think we will have the ability to restore our classifieds salaries once we get our funding back.
Well, I think that was something we wanted to look at regardless, right? Just knowing what those individuals are making and how can we expect them to continue.
That's what I'm like thinking about, just how much they're making. We just talked about some of them working for their benefits.
Yeah, they're
Are we
not
even going to be able to
getting
keep them with so many other businesses hiring right now? Would somebody want to come and maybe actually end up going for benefits at the end of the month?
So is your proposal that classified too would, pay the $43.50 a month?
No, my proposal would be that the district would cover the classifieds increase and certified would pay their own increase.
Go ahead, Cheryl, sorry.
No, I'm just wondering if we'll even be able, even with that, knowing that they're making less money, are we going to be able to keep them here?
I think
And then
that
what
was
does
a
that mean
valid
for
question for
classes?
this, right? What we
Right.
have going on around us.
And I think that, we are unique in that the number of days they work per year versus going to work for someone like Amazon where you're doing shift work year round. A great many of our employees, I think, work here for the culture, the schedule to match their children, for the benefits, including Percy, not just in medical, certainly. And that I think this district works hard to maintain. We don't have a great deal of turnover in classified employees and haven't even now. And I think that speaks to the quality of the employee, but also the quality of the district and that they're here for the heart, that they have a heart to do this type of work. It's not, the same level of engagement that you're gonna get if you go to work at Amazon, right? It's a much different cultural experience. That being said, I think it's really a priority to take care of and maintain those employees. For the same reason they're here is why we need them here. And so I understand what we're asking when we ask you to consider that we find a way to cover a classified employee's benefit increase. And then, if we get additional funding, that would certainly be a topic that we would want to reopen for all employees. Understanding the benefit even on teachers at $40,000 a year, benefit is a big piece of that,
So are classified, were they communicated to and they know that they're going to be cut? Is that,
We've
Okay.
communicated their calendars and we've been trying to do that, to make sure that people
because,
understand what their calendars are looking like.
and they know they're not getting that 73% raise?
It was never communicated to them that they were,
Yeah.
How many days does it take to cover that for teachers?
I'm assuming that's what it'd be. Is that what you're thinking?
well, at $43 a month for, I think I understand your question, but what the increase total?
How many days will teachers take, to cover those benefits?
I think we weren't thinking in terms of furlough, we were thinking more just that we would pass the cost on to certificated.
Because it's a pre-tax deduction, so there's a little bit of benefit there. But it wouldn't equate even to a day. I mean, most teachers' daily rate, if you calculated them and based off the.
It's right around 300, is probably an average, and the cost of insurance would be for just yourself, an increase of the $43.50 a month.
So right now, $40,000 teacher, if we go to the minimum, the daily rate of 187, because we're trying to be 213. So it's a little bit over a quarter of the daily rate.
Yes, you're right. I was looking for it.
Did I give it to you around about?
So it's a quarter of a day.
Yeah. So what then that's part of the reason I brought up that 30-hour, when we did the calculation, that the working hours, like before, we had 187 days at 7 3/4 hours, right? So that equals should bring my real calculator. 187 times 7.75 hours a day was 1,449 hours. Now, did we do math on the calendar?
We did, I don't remember what it was.
It's in my notes. It's like 1385. But I have been looked at things so many times, I hate to try to remember anything by memory. So,
I'm just
it's just part of
curious,
the overall.
I'm just curious, like, let's say somebody who, a classified person who's like in the middle of the pay scale, how much less a month are they gonna make? I was just curious, like, for a year.
I don't know that we have that average number, because it depends on where they're at on the pay scale, and then it
Right.
depends on, we have different calendars.
Right, everybody, and they work different hours, some work 6.5, some.
So like your wife, Lynn,
A teacher, sorry, to answer the first question real quick, went down to 1417.5 hours versus 1,449.25, now it's 1,417.5.
Yeah, that's where we got the 30
I'm like,
works.
so, just to finish that math, that's what I was using, 30. So, a general classified.
If I remember correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, I think the people with the biggest deficit in hours were instructional aides, and I think it was about 4 hours a week, less work time. I think we extended, because of the extended day, it took care of approximately half of what that fifth day is. Is that about?
Yeah, so they're about the 30 hours too. We were able to add back in a holiday day, to try to help, I think it was the
Was it MLK?
MLK day, because we decided we weren't gonna be in session. So we brought that back in, so that was part of the math. So there, on this one, on an EA 4 day, it's about 30 hours a year.
30 hours a year.
So on a $10 person, 300.
No, that's not right, sorry.
That doesn't sound like enough.
No, it's not. It's, because it's hours a year, so it's pretty close to 100 hours. Yeah, because it was 1,276, and now it's 1,176.25. So, but then we added a holiday back in to try to take up about 8 of those.
Is there a number of days before and after school? It was kind of often.
So we're
getting off topic, but
We are, because the majority of those really are student days, so they end. But this doesn't include, so a lot of aides, paras, we bring in 2 to 3 days early before students to do training. That's not part of this, because it's different depending on the level. So they'll get paid those extra hours. So anytime we have them work over and above their set level pay, they would get additional. So in some ways, they're not really short, but on the average, to get everybody on the same calendar, then they'll get their extra 3 days at the beginning, if they need.
Well, and
But so,
when we took furloughs, was that 2008? What was that? I don't remember. So classified never got back 5 of their furlough days. Certified teachers never got back 3 of their furlough days. Still, from those days.
And
I
if
know.
I was just gonna say that the conversation from the way I understand it, and I don't know, because obviously I wasn't here, but I was understanding that those days were offered back, but the union decided not to take them back, and the way they were offered as instructional days. I I have no idea. if
Oh,
that's
because they were offered without pay. Of course, we didn't take them back. They were offered without pay.
But in a sense, I see what you're saying, they do give us a pay increase back, but it, you know.
Yeah.
The
So
percentage.
Why are you saying without pay?
the salary schedule did change, but then it would have increased your number of days per.
Well, we got a raise that year.
Yeah.
Yes,
So your daily rate would have decreased.
so, but I remember during ratification, wasn't it mentioned that basically that days were offered back, but it wasn't with pay? It was just, we were getting a pay increase, I don't know, but anyway. We're just 187 days, and we used to be 189, or no. I don't know, anyway, okay. But as far as classified goes, they did take 5 days that they.
Well, and year-round employees, this year would have been 261. They're at 254, they're taking 7. They had 7 furlough days this year, next year they'll have 6. So some, there were 6 that were cut on year-round, I think school years took 5. So it's true that a lot of these positions work the student day only, But we pick up extra days on a lot of the positions too, so it's a little bit deceiving that way. It depends on the position. And we were able to make sure that secretaries, counselor secretaries, some of those calendars were extended because there's so much of the work, that even though it's 4 days, the work's still the same, you still have to get
I
students in
get
the system.
enrollment emails every day from our secretary.
Yeah, they're,
Yeah, she's still working.
Mm.
So, we'd like to caucus,
absolutely.
and take a quick restroom break. So, what do you think? 20 minutes? 20 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. Can we meet, where can we meet?
You're welcome.
think we're ready.
Should be good.
Yeah. Ask the question.
What is the cost if teachers freeze right where they're at, meaning not moving over at all?
Meaning no education allocation?
Yeah.
I don't know, because see, they have till September 15th to turn in credits, so we don't even know until then how many will qualify to move.
Right.
Was there a survey this spring for people anticipating to move?
Boy, should have.
She just. Oh. Is there something else we can answer while she?
What was the total amount again on the increase in benefit? Or, yeah, medical.
For like 180.
The total, yeah.
The 8.8, right?
8.8%.
Based on the current enrollments, you know,
Right. There's always a little bit of variability.
she says no, she doesn't have a list, but she has quite a few that are turning in credits.
But it's 23.50 per person. If I remember right, it seems like the entire cost of what we had on your board was 107,000.
She's done her 180. So if I take the 4350 times 391, subscribers times 12 months, that's 204,102.
That doesn't sound right. That's not the numbers that we got.
Because of the. So based on current enrollees, it's 167,776 on the first plan and 170 on the second plan. And then the difference on the FSA plan, so that's 169,700 plus the difference of that we pay over to either compensation, the difference between the two plans equals another
Keep this all in one place.
$181,184.
Say that one more time.
181,184. That's based on the current.
Here's how much it cost. You know, there was no movement across the board.
Yeah, is that what helped cover some of it? Or
When we're saying a lot that she's saying, like, between 5 and 10, between 10 and 20, like, can you give us a range even, or what? That's the solution, some of the other districts are looking at, is not moving up some people across.
because we don't know who actually completed them. I mean, she's entered the ones she's received so far. I could run a report and see
That might just give us a good idea.
how close we are.
So the other districts, they won't know until September then? Or when the other districts find out? Like, I guess my question is, if that's what we ought to do, how do you approve it when we don't exactly know how many people? What the financial impact is gonna be until September?
Is that information to be for ahead of time?
Well,
We used to do that this week. We used to do that things into.
Well, there you
We
get
did
that.
do it, it came through Skyward, there were a few different ones, but that was one of them.
So you'd be able to have that, you do have that information, you just,
We do
Lori
have
has it,
it.
right?
Lori has it, the only caveat that I would add to that is we're not sure how accurate it is. You hope everybody responded, right? But
Do we do
We
a
never
follow-up and let them know how much work it is?
That you would not, right? They do have until September 15th. To get there, well, that's for their credits, right, to get their credits in.
to let us know, yeah,
Okay.
and to provide proof, the transcripts.
So is that moving, is it just the ones that be 80+24 that are moving over, or is it all of them? Everybody. Everybody goes, instead of over, everyone just stays, just take that and distribute it. For benefits.
But the law, those teachers would have to jump up to 45, or 40,500. The new teachers.
So
I thought it was 40,000.
I think it's 40
But I
even.
could
Is it
be.
40?
is what I read
I
down.
think
It's
Okay.
40.
And is
Unless,
that,
Oh, no, it's 4250,
oh, yeah,
right?
okay,
So
it is.
our 1, 2, and 3 is 40,000, and then P1 is 42,500.
Okay, I knew there was a 500 in there
Yeah.
somewhere.
I think that's what you mean.
That was the law, we can't freeze those either.
I know you can't
The
freeze
first
the
three.
minimum, the
Right.
40 is an absolute no-no. I know there was some conflicting advice from legal counsels from various districts on whether or not you could freeze the following. Cheryl, do you know about that? Sorry. The, What is that, the?
Freezing the pay scale at P1. P2.
It's my
Well, you can't,
understanding.
it's state law, it was already passed.
Right.
The minimum of the state, the minimum teacher salary will be 40,000.
Right,
So
so
to get
up here, but then the
the
next one is 42,000.
Yeah, that one doesn't change until 2022, I think. It's in, that's also the state, so that one didn't change. It stays at 42,000. Sorry, but the other minimum did.
Okay, so it stays at 40,
No,
right? Or it moved to 42.
I moved to 40 this year, right? The one-
all the R1,
The minimum.
the minimum is 40,000, so anybody making less than 40 will go to 40. But the P1, the professional runs, we're gonna update also to a minimum. That doesn't take effect for another year. That was gonna increase also.
Right,
Yeah, it does.
right, okay.
And we
So
got
it
some
will stay in
for
ours for 40.
Right.
Yeah, Yeah, you did.
Did we get funded for the minimum? We did.
Yes,
Mhm.
yeah. And when we say that, they're placed at the minimum, but it's factored into that.
Right.
Okay, if I can get listed as credit.
Remember back in January when this was gonna be so easy this year? Everything was great.
Oh, yeah, the advanced educator pay,
The old people pay.
they say that they will continue that next year. We'll see.
The legislature says something about it.
Actually, there are some districts that are putting language in their contract. They advised us to do that. Yeah, the advanced educator pay, they say will move forward next year.
To be perfectly honest, I'm hesitant to spend any money the government gives us or say we're gonna get until it shows up in our bank account. Like, to be 100% honest, I just have this gut feeling that they're gonna say, yeah, here's the relief money, and so we run out for, you know, like,
You never know.
err on the side of caution, don't spend it till you see it.
It's like you're finally getting your tax return and you're like, I'm gonna do this, and then you need to replace all your tires. There's always something that, you never make those plans.
So we don't have a list. She said there's 6 or 7 more she thinks are coming in, but I can't.
6 or 7 on top of, did you say? she's
Until
not
they're
coming in?
entered, we can't.
Well, we would like to propose that we wait until we can get that information and then come back to the table.
That would be for Stas and Lane's, right? We're looking at freezing both.
Steps in one.
Sorry, I was asking a question that.
So if I understand correctly, then you're proposing that we would freeze those credit allowances in lieu of the insurance premium?
No.
Is that, okay.
No, that is not a
Clarify for
proposal.
me.
We're just asking, if we did freeze, what is the dollar amount that would,
So nothing to do with insurance, completely separate conversation, or are those related?
Yeah, they are.
they are related, but yeah, we're not proposing that. We're just
Okay.
wanting to gather that information first.
Okay.
Okay, is there anything else you can talk about, because I can kind of run it a different way. There's a way to know who's on the cusp of moving.
Well, and I am gonna say this, that, there's no way our teachers will ratify with an increase with paying the $43.50 a month. Caldwell has, I know Caldwell's in a different situation, but they are offering a 1% stipend to their teachers. Valley View has, what did you say about Valley View?
They're freezing,
They're freezing.
freezing their movement from values.
And,
And do you know what those districts received in, CARES money stimulus funding?
I'm not sure, did we receive it? Oh,
Yeah.
okay, because theirs would have been bigger.
Significantly, it's
right.
based off of your Title I numbers,
Right.
so, yes, a lot more money.
Right.
I also believe both of those districts have a supplemental levy in place right now, don't they?
Yes.
Yeah.
Caldwell-
Meridian,
Caldwell-
stayed whole, Meridian stayed whole, even though they failed their 14 million too. So, and just, I want also, in our,
Do you know how much West Data's fund balance is?
no,
That would be a good number to look at, probably. I can't remember off the top of my head what it is, and obviously it would be much larger, right? They're a much
Sure.
larger district, but even if you just look percentage wise, it's significantly larger.
and in our strategic plan, it talks about recruiting and maintaining quality teachers. So we also have to look at our districts around us, and because we want to recruit and maintain quality teachers, we feel it's imperative for us to give our teachers what surrounding districts have. I know that a board member several years ago suggested that we ask for more for teachers because that board member felt it was very important to receive, recruit and retain quality teachers. And so that was when we had, funding available. So I know in the strategic plan that it is very important for us to maintain and recruit quality educators. And we have lost teachers to other districts, and we've been dragged through the mud. When we go to professional development out of district, and you were asked to give some background information and where you come from, and you say you're from Middleton School District, and all heads turn to look at you. We just feel that we need to make sure we give our educators something worth staying here. So it's very important for us to work hard on their behalf and to keep them here. Also, there's no leadership stipends. So I'm a PBIS lead. I'm also going to be mentoring. That's $1,800 I will not be receiving this year. And other teachers who are in those roles will not be receiving. And I know that came from the state. But in this, And when we talk about keeping us whole, even, paying the monthly pay for insurance, we are making less therefore. So it does affect keeping our teachers here and happy.
What if we, instead of 6 paid holidays, did 5? Or 7, no? Would that be considered for one? Martin Luther King Day doesn't have to be paid, right? It's optional.
No, I think, you had 5 before,
Mhm.
right, and we put in 6 this year, so yeah, we go back to 5. I think, Cheryl, when you ran numbers on a 1-day certified furlough, was it 89? That's been a while, I know.
It has been a while, and I ended up not using it. Cause I don't know that I did it for just certified.
I think we did it,
We have it on the ball.
I think it included admin, and now we've already furloughed them, so it would be a little bit less, I think the admin furlough was about 7 a day. So take that out.
So you're looking at trading the server?
Well, I just wondered if they, like financially, because we can't pick up the cost of benefit. So only, like, if we went back to 5 paid holidays instead of 6,
It would be a day of furlough.
so it would be considered holiday, we couldn't just do like, it's just a holiday without pay.
In order
It's
to
considered
keep
actual
the,
furlough.
contract not the same.
I'm just trying to think what
If
we
you- if you're not- What we did
Because we
is
didn't
didn't
change
add a
their-
work day to them, we just gave it as a day off, so it was basically another holiday. When we realized we couldn't have school on a Monday. Normally, what we should have done is added another work day.
So now I'm asking if we were to take that back,
Well,
Would that-
if you,
get enough money to be able to generate the difference.
but that would be a furlough that we'd have to negotiate for.
So I guess that might be, are you guys willing to consider any furlough days?
Which would mean a reduction of your pay, which is the same thing you're saying.
Well, I'm just
Right.
No,
Well,
it's
we
hard.
don't need a full furlough day, that's the thing.
Now would be, in your better interest, that
Yeah. So we only need 0.25 to make up the days.
Well, and if you look at the pre-tax, it's less than that. I mean, it's, you're using 43.50 on an average, on a 40,000. On somebody that's making 65,000, 43 is less than
That's why we were thinking.
of a tenth of a day.
If we froze everything.
But that's freezing a select fee. Something to consider. Right. Uber. Just my concern. And I was looking in the agreement to see how that's written. But, so you'd have to modify it, to freeze horizontal and vertical. We already, in essence, we're proposing not, we're freezing vertical. If it's horizontal, we could. We won't have an accurate number until, I was trying to get at least 200 credits to date, That's what I'm trying to generate a report that can show me which ones have been entered since the last processing date.
If a full furlough day is not needed for this, if we took a full furlough day, would that help offset or classify that?
Yeah, I mean, I think we'd have to do the math on that, but I think we could certainly come to an agreement if you wanted to do that savings above and beyond the insurance to go to put in classified.
You want me to tell you what a furlough day would amount to?
Sure.
Yes.
Oh, but you know what, when we figured that fraction of a day, that's not right, because we're thinking of the monthly cost. So it's not, it wouldn't be a fraction, so it would be, so if it's 40, what did we say, how much a person, 40, 50?
Well, I was taking what percentage?
That would be
The average-
$534 annually,
What?
$534 annually.
Oh, let's see.
So then
that's in
it's
there.
more, so yeah, because we were doing it on a month, not on a year. So one furlough day is not enough,
It's not enough.
right? Because if the, well, depending if I remember that number right, if I have that right in my head,
Here, I'll tell you what a furlough day.
it would, I think, be really pretty close. Did you say what just the certified portion of the insurance increase was? Did you tell us that?
Yes, it's $181.
No,
That's
that's
every-
every, that's
That's
district
everybody. So certified will be less than that if we take out. Because if we still paid classified, so we would take those guys out of that 180, so that we can actually figure out what we're
Oh,
trying to come up
Okay,
with.
so that is with classified in
That's
there.
everybody.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Certified increase is $105,689.16.
so that's what we have to come up with.
So
So you'd need a little more than a furlough day, I think, if I'm remembering those.
here's the day.
How much is it per one?
She's figuring it right now. I think it's gonna be about 75.
For just certified teachers, this doesn't include sites and everybody, that's 58,000. That doesn't include.
So try to recover 105.
I'm sure we're trying to spread it out. How many bake sales would you Everybody would buy a cookie.
Are there still plans for the Middleton Education Foundation? Is that still?
It's still sitting, I
Still
have it,
open?
I know I've kept all my paperwork and stuff, and now would be an amazing time, like, if I could find someone that would take it, like. This next conversation we're gonna have is salary. It also makes sense, 6.
We got to start off by 5. That's gonna be great.
Thank you for your work for graduation. Lots of work to be.
There were some tears. Understanding, but yeah, we got so close.
Really close.
I have a lot of parents who had been at Middleton way back in the day, and when they used to have it on the football field. And that was a question that they had was, why didn't they just have it on the football field? But I think the attendance is,
Yeah, signs right now, it's
Right.
social distancing, that would have all been taken care of in the Idaho Center.
because it's big enough.
But I think there was discussion that a lot of people liked the idea of maybe possibly bringing it back to the football field and having it at the school.
The drive-through graduation was so much fun.
Yeah.
You see the kids with their families and
Their
riding
cars.
their car, yeah, oh my gosh, it was so much fun.
They did wear their gowns that night. Oh, okay, I was
Yeah.
thinking I remember seeing them.
Yeah, their first station, they stopped and trying to
Yeah.
tassel. And their parents got to be right there with them.
Yeah. Yeah.
They thought they were getting jammed up, and instead they were
No.
spread out.
Yeah.
I think that, and I don't remember what I had posted. I always wanted to the graduation ceremony at the Idaho Center. What I love is, like, the kindergarten teachers, first grade teachers, and we're in the line shaking their hands, and they're like, I'm like, it's, yeah. And sometimes you don't recognize them because they're so grown up, you're like, wait, and then they say who they are, and you're like, no.
That would be fun once some other things get settled to maybe find a fun way to bring it back home and do some of those, the things that we liked at the Idaho Center, but things that we liked here as well.
Mhm.
You guys will see. So let's see
Usually it's on, it's got KTV. It's difficult to keep up with, there's so much coming out all the time
Yeah.
that
And
it's just.
Yeah, like once, I'm just finally like, oh, I'm gonna go watch the Beverly Hillbillies. That does not cause any stress.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Okay. I only know because of the negotiation.
So Ada County is giving away packs of 5 masks per household at the stadium.
Is there a limit?
And one
Yeah,
pack, just one pack
70,000.
of 5 masks per household.
70 what?
70,000.
Yeah, so that's pretty close to what you got in your head.
What is it?
83,757 with benefits. So this is for like with extended. Because extended days.
It sounds a little high, just a little bit.
Yeah, that's. Let me pull this
for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, she just started, yesterday for the first day, so she's been training this week. And
3 days.
then, no, it's this week and then starts next week.
Is that the real day or freeze credit?
That's for
That's
the,
furlough. She's training a lot of us. I'm thinking more than 7 people.
Did you guys get any furniture? I don't remember that, furniture in
yeah,
there.
that's new. Well, it was new last summer.
That used to be Dr. Middleton's office. And yeah, it was different, we didn't have gray.
Okay, so I took extended days out, and I was throwing the total. So with the benefit load, do you want them separate? The cost of the district for 1 day of furlough for certificated staff would be $76,974. That includes Percy and I can, so you need 2 to cover all costs. Or 1 would cover classified cost. But that doesn't include horizontal movement, right, if someone did move over. That's an extra. Yeah, I wish I could say what the anticipated horizontal movement, but. Did you guys receive a task in Skyward to check mark if you intended to move?
I think there were 2 different ones. Because there was one on your personal days, right? You intend to carry your
Right.
Were they paid
payout,
out?
and then there
Was
there
there
should have
one?
been another one. I'm almost, I know
If
it's
it was a
not that.
task, then I can gather it from her.
Yes, I think I remember if you're intending on moving.
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
I think so too.
I'm pretty sure of it. So we don't have what that would be, right? Or in the ballpark.
We'll see if she can find it. If it was by task, she might know what.
My guess would be more than 6 or 7, because she said Lori texted and said she has 6 or 7 more. I'm thinking more than that.
And classified benefits still remain the same, as far as coverage, right? Because what is that policy? If they go under 30 hours per week? Yeah.
Yes, which we've kind of erred on the side of caution on that. We've been more generous if they've been over 20. We've been doing insurance. Trying to keep that intact.
The district pays half, from half-time up to 30 hours a week. They will pay 100%.
Policy says over 20 hours, then you have, and then full at 30, right?
Correct.
We just appreciate those, our classifieds, so. Do such good work, don't they, Glenn? Especially your wife.
That's just
All those secretaries
Mhm.
slash nurse slash mom.
Right.
Yes,
Yes.
it is.
Yeah, what chat is she wearing right now?
Or screener, maybe, I mean, yeah, and then screener.
I go in and I use our secretaries, she's had, and I know exactly where it is, and just go under and get it. And I need to find one, but it's a tool that's a little, and it's in a pink case. And the tools are pink. But I'll go in there and borrow her hammer or her screwdriver, and I always make sure I put it back, right? Because it has, the molded, places for each tool. Always put it back in there, but I mean, yeah, she's quite the maintenance handyman when she needs to be. Yeah.
They're no longer going to allow how you can reach students to come to these.
As if it's not everywhere.
I thought it was the ones allowing the US students to go out.
Yeah, I know, they all are. So.
Where? Like foreign education. Because students are going.
I don't think they can send that there. I thought I had several of those things, so I still have like 35 more.
Well, right now, it looks like there's only about 10.
Yeah, hang on.
But I can't tell if they're moving to a VA 24 or a MA. So if it's 2,000 for the 24, it's 20,000. If it's an MA, it's 35,000, but I don't know. I mean, like I said, they have till September. Those are how many credits have been entered, for people that have entered credits. I don't know how accurate that is. And she said she thought she had 6 or 7 more to enter. So I don't know how many moved last year, but so if there's 6 or 7, that may bring it up into the 17, 18 to 20 range. 200 teachers, 192 teachers, and that's.
So maybe,
Right now, the district's pays $6,461.52 per year per employee for insurance, medical, vision, and dental.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
$6,461.52
$6,461.52
per year for insurance. That's medical, vision, dental, EAP, and life.
on,
Every-
full-time,
That's a full-time employee. Anybody over 30 hours a week,
right?
32, whatever it is. So when you think of that, so the increase for certificated, is the 105,000 on top for certificate. That's at 43.50 per day for 12 months, 522 a year. So 105. So if you think pre-tax, most people's tax
So-
is, but
Let's see, what did you say? Valley View is not in, Valley View is not in, and they paid a 4% increase this year. Because
What
they're
they
not
did
in
is-
full.
they're not in the pool, they negotiated with Blue Cross, they have the same insurance company outside of the pool, of which Blue Cross now has agreed not to do because it's in direct competition with the trust. Because actually, I tried to get them to quote us.
Oh,
That was the little thing they got in a year or so
That's
ago.
this year, what's next year?
Boise is in a shared, same as Moscow, where they kind of have a, what the proper terms are, a reserve, where they build up their reserves and they get a share in those reserves and they can buy down rate increases. And so, they received in that 4 to 5, 6, it should be 6%. Actually, I think theirs was 6% increase. But an important thing to know about Caldwell, that Caldwell's increases are being funded out of fund balance. And so, that's the district I think is up front, so we talk a lot about how to do this and very worried about my ability to sustain. Because you just can't pay things like this out of your fund balance because you have no ability to replace it. So it's like one-time money. So
Oh, that 1% stipend,
Yeah,
right,
so
that was
that-
a year, they
that's a
have to
one-time
renegotiate
thing.
it next year.
But they absorb the benefit costs through fund. So,
So
and we just
what is
don't
our-
have the fund balance
What
to
is
do.
our fund balance?
We are anticipated, the budget that was approved to end at about 900,000. If we don't have any additional, with what we have in the budget right now. I know it was approved. We're hoping to finish our year at 981. $1,547.
And what
Number should be
percentage
right.
is that?
That is of our total revenue. So the revenues should be 22,000. Or 22,000.
You know, it's 5:00.
Yeah, 4.4, no.
Can we do a quick caucus, what, just 5 minutes?
Or is it just?
No, it's not.
This is stressful, this should be. It's gonna be by the end of the work, it's already 80, so.
How do you turn it on? I tried to do it the other day.
So off, there's cool, and auto, the fan should be auto,
Okay.
see where, and then temperature, it's set, we have it set by something. And then I'll turn the one off, so that's at end of the building.
Oh. Should I need it?
Okay, we're back.
We would like to have a counter proposal. We would like to counter that certified teachers or employees would pay half of the $43.50 a month with a memorandum of understanding specifically stating if more funds become available to the district, the funds would go to the other half.
So if there's not more funds, what happens?
Nobody's supposed to pay for that.
So the district is.
District gets half.
My only concern with that, I think that would be, hopefully a proposal on a normal year. I do still have that outstanding concern of what we're going to run into this fall that we have not anticipated, just knowing that we've never been through this before. Not knowing if some of the resources that we did have in the spring, how tightly aligned do we feel to those and feel that they're needed for our success if we're not in a position where we have to pay for them. That's my only hesitation. Where seeing if we get additional money, we're for sure going to put it back into this.
Just hard to know. After the levy. The school was started by then.
And I think one other thing to consider, you guys had asked a little bit about hybrid learning, how far are we on that, what those plans look like, and they're still very much in process, but we know when we came back to the table last week, it was suggested that if we could be streaming our classrooms live, if we end up in this hybrid situation, we have students at home instead of trying to put the burden on teachers to do this hybrid situation, could we be streaming, archiving, having that available to students in the synchronous time at home? But we don't have the technology for that right now. So we're pricing that out. I think I mentioned before, we have all new laptops with webcams coming for teachers for this fall. But those laptops would not give an ideal experience of what we could achieve with some additional equipment when students are at home. So it's things like that. What's the priority, right?
And we did have those tech questions on budget that we wanted to bring forward so that we could,
And like those,
just talk about priorities.
and those improved webcams, those are not in the budget right now. The laptops are in there, the webcams are not. It would allow us to do that synchronous in-time learning. And we don't have the price for it yet either. We're just working on that, but
If the levy passes, do we have that money spoken for already, or we're not gonna do it?
now if the levy passes, we will be in a much better position to be able to do a lot of these things.
But we don't collect that money till December, yeah, passes, correct?
Right. It'll be on the first billing you because it's due in December. But because of our overlap, we have a little bit.
We some of those residuals coming in.
Could we caucus for just a minute?
Yeah.
Gina, would you give us your second caucus for the second?
Right now, we're just do
So we have caucus and we're between a rock and a hard place. We are to the point where we can say, yeah, we'll pay the difference or we'll pick up the difference, but who are we gonna let go to make that happen? Or what are we gonna give up in the meantime? And we don't, because things are so unknown, we don't feel comfortable in our choices right now. None of them are gonna be easy and none of them are fair. And we realize that our teachers are doing extra and no one's getting more, but we would ask that you take our original offer to your membership and see how they feel about it. We are looking and relooking, but with all the unknowns going on, we don't know what our enrollment's gonna be. We don't know if the athletic conversation later is gonna have a huge impact on the enrollment, which could drastically affect even more of the budget, which we don't know. And in the end, it all keeps falling on the lowest paid people, right? Because that's who would get let go first if we had to come up with more money. And right now, we just we can't commit that money. We don't have it. We don't have it to commit to pay the extra. We feel like our admin have all worked longer than their contract hours by days, not just by hours. They've given up 3 of their furlough days. We're trying, everyone has given so much, and I'm not saying the teachers haven't, but we're just asking if you'd be willing to at least even take it to membership and see, or come up with maybe another solution that might help with that cost. And we'll continue to look on our end, but at this point, we feel like we're kind of out of options.
So you're not willing to even do the pay half?
We just can't figure out where it's gonna come from. That's how tight things are. And we could promise money from a levy, but if it doesn't pass, then what? Or if all of a sudden they go to 100% online and mandate that we have certain stuff and we're like, oh, we have to take levy money and use it for this. But we've already, there's just that fine line that we don't know. And I feel awful having to say that because we definitely know that you guys put in. I mean, you're the ones who are doing the work right, educating our kids.
We'll continue to work and get you a number on people who qualify for horizontal if you want. Still want to see that, we'll give you a more accurate estimate.
So, I mean, if we paid half, we're looking at 50,000, right? For you. Okay,
What's the increase for, is it 105, 7? 105, 689, 16.
And what we were calling it, and that was the price of we could choose between that or what was the. Not the.
I'll go to meeting.
Go to meeting.
well, and we feel like there's so many, like if you cut a little here, a little there, I mean, 50,000 in the scheme of things with a budget as large is, I mean, if you're very conservative about where, and I know you guys have looked over your budget a million times and tried to find little bits and pieces, but for us, we just feel like 50,000, is.
Well, it's not just 50 though, we have to consider our classified staff too.
So out of that 180 or whatever that total was,
The
if
total.
you guys are picking up 50, at least that's 130 still.
That's if we can cover our classified people, which that would be my recommendation. I would like to see us do that. They're the ones who
Right.
most heavily impacted.
Sure, we agree.
So that's the concern that I have, and you're right, 50 doesn't seem like much out of 22 million, except that we have truly budgeted that close because we've looked at every person and overhead and trying to limit overtime, trying to limit extra times, because salaries and benefits really are over 80% of our budget. So then if you look at purchase services and supplies, and you take, transportation's the big one. So then you take that out, that's another 5%, more than that, 7%. And, those fixed costs or items that we know we have to pay, utilities, all that we'll try. Then, we don't know what our consumable expenses are gonna be for supplies for COVID. So, we try, every one of the schools reduced their supply budget dramatically, I'm sure you've heard. But so that we can try to free up some money to buy what we may need. But even that, we won't know that until the week of school because of who's gonna dictate, what we're gonna have to have. So, I would be comfortable in saying, well, we would look at it again when the fall hits and see where we're really sitting, based on our funding, what the state comes back with. And agree to reopen if something changes, like we already did agree. But right now, we are truly budgeted that close. We would definitely have to cut something out or make decisions that we're just flat not gonna buy certain things, whether even if it's needed. Because really supplies are the only place where I think I may have some hedge. Because, I'm just finding thermometers.
And usually when supplies are cut, the teachers pick it up anyway. It's becomes something
Yeah.
they just.
And we really don't wanna do that too, we're trying. In fact, we try to equalize supplies and say, well, based on the number of students, at least try to have some rational reason.
Right, and when I worked in another district, we even had like a ration of paper. So at the beginning of the school year, I was teaching second grade, the custodian would bring in my ration of my reams of paper and say, this is for the first half of the year. I was very conservative, so I always had extra. So my teachers, co-teachers and I, okay, I'll give you some of my copy paper if you give me, So we would do that, but it really, we were very conservative and we made sure that we used our supplies very wisely, so,
And we will be putting more of that in place too, for this for those reasons, since you're not ready to that level, but at least monitoring and knowing. Because our allocations in federal programs got cut too. So, we're really kind of have that perfect storm situation right now. And if we had fund balance, then we would be as tight or worried.
well, and we were also discussing like monies used for maintenance. I know there's like certain monies used for maintenance allocated for specific, items. And like when I suggested not having our gems refinished, and I don't know if that amount of money came out of the general fund or if that was just a maintenance, specific, we were talking about that.
Yeah, because we're dictated by the state to spend a certain amount on our facilities. It's the maintenance requirement and match. But also, we do have some money in the plan, it's not plans, the facilities code, when they sold property or when they, sold bonds, any money that was left over for that. So that money can't be pulled back over into maintenance and operations. So what we're trying to do is identify the safety and health issues, but also the ongoing maintenance. It's cheaper for us to go ahead and keep the minimum resurfacing done than to put it off and then have to go straight, all the way down to rebuilding. Because we did talk about that. What can we delay? What should we do this year to prevent further wear and tear future? But those monies are separate from the general fund. Some maintenance we do, definitely, we're required from the state to do care for student occupied buildings every, a certain amount, which is in the $600,000 range. That the state dictates as part of the money they gave us, and we have to use it for that. So there's a combination. So we can't necessarily forego all of that to put it somewhere else because it's mandated by the state that we have to do a certain amount. Yeah, we need to. Our buildings are old. We need to make sure that we do as much preventive stuff as we can. Like I said, there's only so far we can cut because of the states. If we don't spend it, then they'll take it back. So it's not like we can roll it over and use it for other things. But no, it's hard. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I do want to make just a quick point about that this is a pre-tax deduction for, for an employee, so the impact on you isn't the full amount. But, for every dollar the district gives in salaries, we pay another 20%, 19.59 for the benefit load, right? So there's some consideration that if you furlough or take a reduction in salary that saves the district that 20%, the net difference to the employee may be the same. So the impact of the district is more because it's not dollars, it's savings. So, there are some different ways
Well,
to do
if
that.
we take furloughs, that interferes with our person. And we can go right next door if we're right next door and work and it would interfere with our person.
One thing to consider, and I think this district has considered in the past and turned it down, is that right now your let me use last year's calendar because it's easier. The 187-day calendar included paid holidays. Okay, if you remove those paid holidays and your calendar is 32 days, your daily rate goes up, right, per person. So in McCall, we deliberately did that to help increase your benefits on the end because your daily rate is increased. Because that's how your person's calculated. So there's some little things like that that really could be considered and should be considered in saying, because on paper it's gonna look like you're not getting paid for that day, but if you take your annual salary, which is your contracted amount by the days, then your daily rate is higher than if you take those as paid holidays.
So the paid holiday,
That's what is included in your 187 days.
Losing, that money would go towards your.
Your remaining 100
Your
days.
days.
It's distributed, so if you do,
So your pay goes up
50,000
per
divided
day,
by 187,
and your person goes up.
but I mean, like, are you saying because we're getting that one extra paid holiday?
No,
Is that-
you're-
Oh,
you are,
right,
you're getting 6 this year now.
right,
So, if you take if you had a $50,000 salary and divide it by 187 contract days, your daily rate is 267. If you take your 50,000 and divide it by 182 contract days, your daily rate is 274. So your salary is just divided over those daily rates, over those contract days. So,
Is that $44 when that's a pre-tax deduction? Is that like roughly, like that's what that is? Okay, pretty close.
So, the deduction, and you can go into your check estimator on Skyward. So you're probably at a $43.50 a month deduction, probably depending on your total, how many dependents and everything you claim, you'll only see a net difference of 34, 38, depending on your, so take home money of the year.
I think part of the bigger issue isn't necessarily about that dollar amount, it's about when things are given up, how hard it is to get them back. And, to to say, oh, it's only this much now, like, we all recognize that, Jim, know a little bit here and a little bit there, but then it becomes easier to, well, you know, next year we've got to do this, gotta have a little bit more. So I think it's just trying to not give up anything that was a benefit or something that would recruit somebody to this district.
I know it's very difficult, and I, you know, I feel that way, especially on the classified and admin and things, because they're potentially could see that plus the reductions that they're already taking. Moving for higher certified goal. So,
Okay, we will take this back to our membership and, we will have to set a date.
Do you want to just email Kristen when you have potential dates?
Sure. Sure.
and then Cheryl, if you want to email me all the changes, I can get a draft, so we can try to kind of do that all. So,
Okay.
all right, okay.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.